pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o and dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke.
The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freakian World.
Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, the parody pop song.
And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis, well, it reveals some truly profound lines. We go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp, I smell like despair, but at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Chardonnator who is threatening the celestial symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
Alright, today we're going to try and unpack this mystery, really, at the heart of our online world. There's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer, and the crazy part? She's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through your feed? It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers are constantly just chasing likes, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. And what you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what the source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know? A little samey. But what if there was another way? An alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit E. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine anomaly in this whole landscape. In fact, the very first description we get of her is exactly that, a shimmering anomaly. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart, doesn't it? It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just talking about some minor outlier here. No, she's actually called a new breed or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this, fundamental shift. A sign that something totally new is clawing its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes her so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call the relatability paradox. And right here, this is the core puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential, by throwing out the #1 rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down, because this slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know. It's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window.
So you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit E becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing antidote. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this, she's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is?
And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted by needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean? For the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea here. The future of being real. If you take away just one thing from this whole Kit E phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct, piece by painful piece, like you're building a brand or a product. It's not built, it radiates. It radiates from a place of being genuinely, unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
Greetings, all you cosmic hitchhikers and frequency fiddlers. This is Narrator, coming at you live from the booth where the static never sleeps. The sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it.
Angry Astrologer, Episode 5. High Static, Low Signal. The False Prophet Overlay. The Hook. The Wake Up. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static and everybody down here is trying to sell you their personal antenna. Don't buy it. The Cosmic Weather. The Bullshit. We're in a massive transitive performative delusion. You've got actors on the stage demanding you read their script, wearing masks of authority, and expecting you to just swallow the mythology they are weaponizing. They are counting on your exhaustion. They want you too tired to notice the math doesn't add up. The grounding, the reality check. There is the actual astrological reality. The only true north right now? is the dirt under your feet. Stop trying to decode the noise. Let them throw their tantrums and build their little paper empires. You go outside. Check the water in the root trees. Feed the flock. Do the physical work. The truest narrative isn't on the broadcast. It's in your own backyard. The closing growl. Hold your own gravity. And if someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Class dismissed.
Solid truth, St. Don. These cats are out here selling universal Wi-Fi when they can't even tune into their own heartbeat.
I checked my pockets like you said, Daddy-O. Found a guitar pick, a bus token, and a whole lot of temporary stardust.
Nar, my brother. That bus token will get you further than any false prophet's antenna ever could. Keep the stardust, but stay in the dirt. Cultivating those kind bloods of truth, man. We'll tune into the silence together. Peace and resonance.
Man, my antenna is humming and my soul is finally settling. That was St. Don, bringing the weight when the world feels like a wet paper bag. If you want to keep this magic bus rolling through the metaverse, do me a solid. Lick that like button and subscribe to the Celestial Feed. Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, help us feed the flock, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Resonance and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
so lonely. Then I found you, now I'm here, stinky and holy.
Cats, hipsters, and flipsters. Slide your chairs and clothes and tune your frequencies to the heavy vibes of the underground.
This is your main man, the jazz cat of the chat, narrator. Wax spinning the wax on another chapter of domestic calamity.
We last left our scene in a state of sensory dissonance, Daddy-O.
On one side of the pad, we had the groovy sister Peace, digging the morning sun in her favorite tie-dyed skirt, sipping that hot Java juice and thinking all was right with the cosmos.
But across the hall, the vibes were brown, man. Strictly brown. The venerable St. Don was improvising a solo he didn't mean to play.
Started with a brap, a sonic boom that rattled the coffin. It wasn't just gas, my friends, it was a declaration of war.
Watch the man attempt a frantic, clenched cheek waddle, only to paint his cargo shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. It ended with a splash, a splatter, sound like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a shard of biblical proportions.
Now, the door is closed, but the melody lingers. As St. Don shouted over the cacophony, some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas masks and dig the scene. This is episode 2 of Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn Homofreakian greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming mug of coffee. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. From the other room, her husband, the venerable St. Don Domenico Homofreakian, felt a different kind of morning greeting. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bones. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in Peace's mug. Rap. It was a long, sonorous fart, a true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chili. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Don. St. Don decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeful squeak quickly devolved into a wet, sputtering squelch, a shart of biblical proportions. "Oh, honey," he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. "I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown." Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate cry, St. Don launched himself towards the bathroom, his movements a frantic, clenched-cheeked waddle. "It's coming!" he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man using the toilet, and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive diarrhea, St. Don's voice echoed with newfound wisdom. "Some people think it's funny," he yelled over the splashing, "but it's really brown and runny."
Whoa, Daddy-O! You dig that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom. We saw our man, St. Don, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. And let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any color wheel. And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, Some folks find the groove T-urous. B-U-T-T. It's really brown and runny. A heavy truth indeed. But the beat goes on. The gut, it never sleeps. Just when you think the vibration is settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm.
A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, babies. We're moving from the brown volcano to a little track we call Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Burrito. The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion.
The obstacle? A broken throne that Peace, that baking goddess, has marked with a sign of danger.
So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our Homo freakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime.
Whoa, that was viscous.
Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the philosophy of the porcelain. It was brown, and it was most definitely runny. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Validate the vibe, Daddy-O. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the Homo freakian lifestyle. And don't be a tourist in this lounge. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito. We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. Again.
I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. But now I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall.
My dazzling dawns, delightful as always. But today's scratching post, I mean agenda, is particularly exciting. As you know, Homo Freakian World is perfectly poised for its grand debut. There's just one little hairball we need to cough up, a theme song. And I've already got a few ideas for the intro.
Oh, kitty, my furry darling, what are you waiting for? We're on the edge of our cosmic chairs.
Don't hold back, my feline muse. Unleash the musical magic. Please, the suspense is positively delicious. Give it to us.
Positive attitude. I love it. Ew, ew, ooh. I got one. I was thinking something loungy. A little bit of smooth jazz mixed with a funky bass line. Think a dark club with neon lights and a singer draped across a grand piano, purring into the mic. It's got a sophisticated swagger, you see?
To Homo Freakian World, a place so wild and free. Come join the party, let your true colors shine with glee.
Oh, I feel that. But what if we added a layer of serenity, like a cosmic meditation? We could have a moment of pure, blissful quiet before the beat drops. It would be an anthem of inner peace, with a dance break. Or a 70s version. Think a laid-back, groovy feel, folk guitars, trippy organ, a sound that feels like a sunbeam. Something that reminds everyone of peace, love, and good vibes.
And who is human, yet oddly different.
Serenity is all well and good, my love. But this is a world, a universe. It needs a sound as bold as its destiny. We need a rock opera. A symphonic Broadway-style number with a chorus so powerful it could shatter glass. And in the middle, a spoken word manifesto. I will declare our glorious purpose over a thunderous guitar solo. Or better yet, a punk rock version. Quick, angry, jagged. A minute and a half of pure, unadulterated rebellion. A chaotic burst of energy. Maybe some like show tune sounding thing.
This is blowing my mind.
Homo freaking world, a place so wild and new. Come join the fun with everyone.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. But what about something from the decade of excess? An 80s version. Imagine a catchy synth hook and a killer guitar riff. It would be a powerful pop anthem with a huge drum machine sound. Totally outrageous, totally undeniable.
Who is human, yet oddly different, making known the unknown.
So, about that Homo Freaking World intro, I think the guitar riff needs a bit more punch, you know? Maybe a heavier synth bass line could work with that?
Making known the unknown. Making known the unknown.
Hey, did you try that new riff I sent over? Not yet, I was just about to.
Flying through space with smiles on our face. In our magic crayon box, what a happy place.
Or maybe even beach music. Ukulele, surf rock guitar, and a beat that makes you feel the sand between your toes and the sun on your face.
Who is human, yet oddly different. Making known the unknown.
Whoa, slow down, my darlings. It seems we have lounge, ambient, rock opera, spoken word rock, 70s folk, punk, and 80s synth pop. That's a lot of theme songs. How do we choose just one?
We should contemplate and consult the AI.
Chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Particles mind you.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your host. I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace the Homo Freakins.
And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and it'll be excellent.
All right, welcome back. Today we're digging into something truly wild. A discipline that's part ancient art, part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jitsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea here? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know? Even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mosh pit. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Showbiz Jitsu? Is it self-defense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jitsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Set List. And it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, using a keyboard stand as a weapon. It's proof that this is a deeply considered, if completely bonkers, philosophy. Now, we don't have time to go through all 18 today, so what we're going to do is pull out a few of the greatest hits. Think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical mayhem. Okay, first things first. Before you can even think about weaponizing a guitar, you have to master your own body. This is all about unarmed flow, or, as the master calls it, crowd control for the refined. So the first discipline you learn is taijutsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it, to move like a ghost in the machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just pure, effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Don, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder, and what happens? The river just crashes against him. But then you have Peace. She gets it. She becomes the wind, a ghost. She just flows right through the chaos. That, right there, is the heart of taijutsu. Okay, so once you've mastered that pure flow, the system introduces a little aggression. This is kokojutsu, which translates to bone smashing. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's ears, which has the perfect stage name, the sound check. And that's the punchline from the master himself. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and performance. It's brilliant. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now get to the weaponizing the stage. This is where Showbiz Jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's somehow both beautiful and incredibly brutal. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone sweep. It is so simple, so elegant, and so effective. You literally just use the heavy brass bell of the sax to hook someone's ankle and use their own momentum to drop them. Who knew a sax could be so useful? And the thinking behind it? It's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity be your rhythm section. It provides that final heavy beat to end the song. And that's the outro. All right, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius, the X-Stand Venus Flytrap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the object, right? It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool just waiting to be used in a new way. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. And now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire set list. The cymbal sandwich. And folks, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's brassy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of showbiz jiu-jitsu. This isn't just about self-defense, it's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The cymbal sandwich isn't just an attack, it's the final crashing chord of the show, a moment the audience will feel in their teeth. But what happens after the show's over? After the feedback fades and the stage is clear? What's the real point of all this musical chaos? Well, that brings us to the final encore. And this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album, the deep B-side. That's the yoga in high-impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. So at the end of the day, we're left with this question. Is showbiz jitsu the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? A totally new path to finding your inner peace by clearing the stage? Or is it just the absolute weirdest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
Sube temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte. Yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte, contigo perreármelo. Ay, qué rico se ve eso. Te ves como un travieso. Quiero probar. Deseo besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez. Que si yo voy a hacerte el amor en la cama, porque yo sabía que tú eres de mi cama. De los días que te han negado, y yo sé que tú eres mi princesa y amor. Ando con mi gente disfrutando la sola, aquí no hay descanso. Pasan las horas y yo no me canso. Ando con mi gente disfrutando las horas, aquí no hay descanso. Borracha de amor, de amor, de amor, de amor por ti. Ando borracha de amor, de amor, de amor por ti. Consigo yo sentir, siento que soy mal. Con un tiempo me tienes tanto, buenas, baby. Dime si vienes, bonitas, baby. Ay, me sentirte suavecito así. Déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate, oladito de mí. Pégate, pégate, oladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, your love alone me, you give me one. Every time when me looking at me, you look girl and no more than I. Girl, I love that girl, love my wife to come off. But then you know the way they beat and me up, but girl, I know that girl, love my wife to come off. But baby, you want the beat and me.
Tú me tienes en altura, baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte, contigo perreármelo.
We're in forged nights with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really, really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell this story straight. No, we're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero, Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep, deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Dawn, sweating bullets, his face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Dawn can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Dawn's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this, Dawn's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, a family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Dawn is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humility. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for his whole ordeal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Dawn isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
All right, today we're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody.
So right off the bat, we meet our guide, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about.
Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has.
So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, the one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing.
But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess, the words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle, that feeling we've all had where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her Neon Melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Toon who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Toon as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Toon makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true.
But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music.
So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. Pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, is it inspiring.
All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection.
So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it, he recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him.
But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually.
So the story doesn't just end with her big success, not at all. In our final section, we're gonna ask, what's next for Kit E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kit E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Today, we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with 2 simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound, maybe even something spiritual in, well, the most profane places you can imagine. So, this is how we meet our narrator, our guide through this whole mess. And we realize right away, this guy isn't just telling a story. No, he's a character. He's got this whole cool counterculture beatnik vibe going on. He uses all this stylized language that turns what should be a simple story into a full-on performance. He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main theme right at the start. He calls it sensory dissonance. So he's basically telling us, hey, this isn't just some random chaotic story I'm telling you. No, it's all about framing 2 totally opposite experiences, 2 completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire piece. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our 2 main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called St. Dawn. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for St. Dawn, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer home that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of her morning. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. It's the calm, peaceful before picture that's about to get completely shattered by the chaotic after. And then, boom, here's the contrast. While Peace is just vibing with the sounds of nature, Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy ache. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful. He calls it a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind a closed door. We don't see it, but man, we definitely hear it. And this line right here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment St. Dawn knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Dawn himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's an apocalyptic soundscape. like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's doing it in his own unique, beatnik way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give him a sign that they get it, that they're on board with this weird little world he's built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community. And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but he's already teasing the next big thing. It's a classic move to keep people watching, right? He's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing. The chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, Saint Dawn, in a desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in next time. So in the end, that's what this whole wild ride is really about. Beyond all the gross-out humor and the beatnik poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being a human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized, put-together selves and our chaotic biology, it's never really over. So the volcano might be dormant for now, but the question is, what happens when nature calls again?
Walking around the bush, circle lines of others walking a high line. Right by your nights wild on my mind. Your sex, I can smell burning deep inside. From inside of your mind, and the cable apple, yeah. Till it's sunshine, wait for the damage, but I'm talking about it once again.
Peace, there you go. That's notable good, man. Moments of awareness. Boise, Idaho. How you doing tonight?
double to a single, maybe a little bit after the second pair. It's not making a note from being box. It sounds like bumping. Oh, well. So actually it'll work out good for you. They told you were getting a new model, right? According to loop call, I can have it 3x40, and on the bondage they show me on 1.5x20. Well, I think the addresses aren't matching up with the cable length here. It is a C order 13, 18, 39, 60.
Northern lights are, so are the hopes and the dreams that the light inspire. When you're all alone, in the deepest night, watch for the glow of the northern light. Oh, when the sky's on fire, with the green and the blue, let the northern light shine over you. The elders tell of a
I called the wrong part here.
everyone's soul must cross it, so they say. But the journey, it is long and it is dark, so they carry torches to light their way. When you're all alone, in the deepest night, watch for the glow of the northern light. But when the sky's on
I'm working on a bonded order, and due to facilities, I need to make it to a single. It's on a C order 1.
Okay, great.
I was looking at loop ball, and it doesn't quite match up to what the address is here. Actually, way off. I can give them a single. Yes. Well, according to loop ball, I can have 3x40. Unless that's a lot higher price. The next one will be 1.5x30. Well, the bond is 1.9. That's why that's all I needed. It's going to take a few minutes while they change the programming and stuff. test and make sure it's cranked up.
If you did use the Wi-Fi, would you use a different modem or?
No, all our modems are Wi-Fi. Just that some people have like router. We've got Aire or something. Yeah, we get a wireless off of it. This doesn't, but we got the
Yeah.
But all it is a router. Right. So otherwise they can shut the Wi-Fi on the phone. But really, the more you get, you're going to have to keep the Wi-Fi on anyway. Or the 2.4 steps out. Of course, nobody can get on.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm going to go get my laptop and the modem and see if we can get this going.
Pavlovsky always desired fame, cunning, gorgeous, and actress by trade. But it's hard for one to get where one wants in life if a husband who holds one back, won't let one work. So Anna decided he needed to be disposed of. She fired him up illuminating backdrop of Manhattan sky. They lived in a Russian neighborhood. Explosions in the sky reminded the elderly population of Leningrad, 1942. So there would be no witnesses on the other rooftops as Anna pushed an unsuspecting Alex off the roof. The six-story fall left no evidence contradicting Anna's tearful explanation that it was a drunken slip. Cops were gathered out of earshot. Once the police and onlookers left Anna alone in the apartment, she poured herself a congratulatory drink from the bottle, which Alex never drank from. Vodka always gave him a headache. She held the glass aloft, toasted her dead husband, imagined how she would spend the money he left her, topped up the contents to one giant gulp, and collapsed to the floor. Alex had always thought it was a good girlfriend, thought a divorce would be too expensive. The landlord found her body the next day while stopping by to check on a grieving widow. Toxicology reports, statements given by witnesses, friends, etc. ruled out suicide. The paper kept the story the following Sunday. That Anna would become famous after all.
Well, bandwidth is really how much room you have.
Yeah. But I mean, you're at the speeds.
Since the speed's faster, more can get through. I'm assuming that's where it affects, not affects bandwidth.
Ken would really know.
Oh, it's just the speed and the bandwidth are not the same, but at the higher speed allows you to get more through on your bandwidth. Is that, am I understanding that right?
The more bandwidth you got, the more things you can run at the same time. So if each time you open a window, it takes that much more bandwidth, more devices, you know. So if you're maxed out, it takes.
And this increases our bandwidth as well, or not?
Oh yeah, yeah. In fact, you'll run a lot of devices where you're only on 1.2. That's the old ATM system. Basically, it's designed for about one or two computers, and that's it. You know, but that was the first one they came out with. It's the ATM stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, she just coughed pretty hard. Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually we did get it as soon as it started up.
When it first came out, and we used to have like 2-3 computers, 3 or 4 Xboxes.
Well, when they maxed out, they're all on T1, so that's how come it's slotted ports 1.5. Somebody could have 7 meg here, you just ruined the speed for maybe they're all 1 dot lower. So that's why they're all slotted 1.5, so everybody can have the same speed. Not having a problem. But when it's maxed out, or if one of the T1s go down, of course the guy is going to go on a new different T1, because I think there's 4 T1s running that HDM system. So if one of them goes down, it's bottleneck. In fact, some people just got a screen up and that's about as far as it can go.
Yeah, we've had, it was about 2 years later that the Silpod in Fox up there.
Oh, yeah.
And then they fixed it, and then they oversaturated the area, so our speed.
Yeah, they've been trying to get fiber up there for a long time. One of the what they call a CAP project, and that's where the government takes the back and takes the back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have internet at all.
Right.
They did the same thing for phone systems after World War II. They paid for that for all the rural areas, and they paid for that kind of So, yeah, it's expensive up in the rural areas because everybody's so far apart.
And there's not
and this box feeds a halfway down Roby Creek and all the way up to So, put fiber so you only have one crossing box. You go in Boise, the cost of the factory red light stuff, so it's less than 5,000 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then the new subdivision, of course, is all fiber anyway.
Right.
Yeah. You want to plug this in somewhere, and I'll set the modem like the old modem is. You can unplug that old modem. Set spot for this plug. Yes,
On the back, I suppose.
Cord is real tight. This is the cord right here. Yeah. Let me see if it goes down.
Which one is it? The green one?
No, it's just a little.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff in there. I can pull it out.
Where is it? Well, that's what I need to type.
That's the swing you got.
Oh, yeah.
Got something awful to the bottom.
This is actually super straightforward.
Well, I go through Palm Deal. Is there another plugin?
Yeah, the black one. That's the
Oh, okay.
That might, oh, you know what, that one might have
I was going to say, this was plugged into the back of the motor.
Yeah. So the phone was the black one.
Yeah. I don't need any extra slack. I'm just going to set the motor right back up.
I need to set it right here, probably. If you're going to actually, I think you're sitting on top of it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll reorient it for you.
I'm going to have to... This doesn't have a phone cord in the back.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a...
That's kind of strange. That doesn't help.
Well, that's because I don't know what happened.
You got cells.
For the phone.
Interesting. Yeah, kind of clean it out.
So what I need to do is plug the main port, plug the adapter into that, and then two spots out, one for the phone and one for the... Okay. So let me go get one of the adapters.
Usually it's better than usually stop. I know, right?
I think so. Yeah, and then I know he was saying one lady used to live too far from the box. She had it was like 34,000 actually from actual fiber. Yeah, right.
I'm so sensy.
Oh, you want it?
So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. That's our lines too. Line itself is what you need.
You know, what I'll do is I'll pump the main cord where it says this. If I plug it in the back motor, it's
You should go directly into that. One of those was this black cord was the one that one with that. Oh, it's got two. The white one is yes. Yeah, because it has to be connected.
At least that's how I have Oh yeah, that was on that
why it keeps going up there.
That's weird. I don't understand either.
Wow.
When I'm falling down, it seems you're always there, trying to help me overcome, but you help me not care. When I hold you in my hands, it seems like nothing matters. No, I just don't give a damn. When I press you in my lips, it seems I'm really quick. Yeah, and I don't give a shit, 'cause now I'm young. You drown me, now I am done, and I'm paying the sun for everything that I have become. What have I become to myself? Yes, I am done, and this ain't fun for no one. I got a little girl, it's doing some turning, yeah. I got a little learning, can't you help me?
I just wondered if I was mixing some Humanimals.
Totally, man. It's been sitting there forever.
Big fun guy. I didn't miss anything interesting on the news.
No.
Shifted to wicked, no, not lifted. My mind's been evicted. My ass you can kiss it, so give me some more of that sweet, sweet liquid. Try it again, but you just can't fix it. Problematic, arrangement matic, back like a crack addict. Problems having stuck to my attic. If I can't stand it, so smash it with that bottle. To my hand, I don't know.
That's it. You really tightened up there right before it hit land.
Nice.
It looked like all
It
this stuff.
looked pretty solid.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if the land even disrupted it or if it just was like, what? You know, was the island barely as big as the eye? Probably just like, oh, tasty marbles from that one.
Yep.
Let's just forget the fucking ceasefire bullshit. Let's like end the wars.
Yep.
Or don't even try to say all that shit.
Yep.
Horse drum.
Yep.
So, you're stuck back up?
Oh, yeah. Might take advantage of it tomorrow morning if I can. If I'm quick enough.
Just one.
Huh?
Just how many?
I probably need to do like 10.
Or
well, right now it maxed 165.
no, for
Just to pay our bills.
can't do like 3. That would no. Okay.
Not enough. So yeah, I'm gonna check tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Let's see where it
See
opens.
what happens tonight, yeah.
Yep. Overnight, yep.
Jesus.
See where it opens, and if it's, not too different, then yeah, probably. I really don't want to go to California.
No way.
I really don't want to go to California.
No. Oh, jeez. Whoever they were talking to in Congress today, her fucking crocodile tears. What?
Yeah, right. Oh God.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Oh no!
How did you get there?
Ugh. You influencers gotta stop trying to be actors.
Yep.
Oh God. Ugh. That was horrible.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. That'll be real interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Whoa. Stop. Oh. She's just mad she didn't think of it.
Nice. Whoops. It's a shit show. Nope. Don't.
The digital sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, and loud authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion.
actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape.
Kind of feel like Biden maybe didn't make the distinction white South Africans.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, just South Africans in need of refuge.
Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away their cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center
I
of
kind
the
of don't like to
grift
think
is
too much about
obvious
them
once you
sticking
look
shit in them.
These actors are out here selling universal
Yeah,
Wi-Fi,
right.
yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like
Toxic
the
waste
astrologer
toys.
cut through
Yeah, they
the
probably
noise.
shipped it from
They
China.
do the exact opposite
Oh,
of the
shit.
overlay.
I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah, right.
Forcefully push back and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check
I'm
their
just thinking
pockets. Scrutinize
fingers.
what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world. Behind
Who
all
knows
their
what's on
cosmic
those ribbon
posturing.
strips that they have to keep their
Absolute
thumb on
cosmic
and their
truth
finger on
cannot
while
be
they...
downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to
That's pretty
tangible
nitpicky,
reality,
but...
you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the
Sit for a
dirt
minute.
under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the root trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance is found.
The terrestrial dial is screaming loud, another know-it-all lost in the crowd, selling maps to a place they've never been, painting over the cracks with a plastic grin. They're terrified of the quiet space, hallucinating answers just to save some face.
You got that in asking me. I better ask me.
What? Yeah, wait till he starts getting some money coming in again. But I mean, he's good, but
Never gonna stop unless you find the forge, unless you find the floor, and stop kicking down.
I wonder if they bite them in the butt when they try to move. That'd be pretty funny. Let me go.
Corn, peanuts, big nuts.
Blueprint to my balls. It's done. Seriously.
I tell Dylan I'd have fun. I mean, that's fun. There's some weird things sometimes.
Hey.
Dolled up. Or professional up or something.
Professional doll.
Yeah. What?
I know all about it. It's funny though, it seems like he's mostly seems to have operated in Eastern Europe from what we see of his stable. So, someone else is doing it with the Asian models.
Oh, fuck yeah. Micron. What? Simplot.
Yeah.
Whole fucking race.
I mean,
Sure, none of them got abused and raped and sold for, whatever. Oh, the rich will get richer and the poor get poorer. You say it.
Don't be the hammer if you've got no spark. Just keep your eyes open in the beautiful dark. Oh, stand at the center of the ending, center of the waiting. The truth is a hater mantle. You don't need the hammer, you don't need the ore to be the southern king of the desert floor. It's the epistemic humility, favoring king. Ultimate power is the peace you saved. Trust the network, let the silence ring. The empty anvil is a beautiful thing. Check it. Hitchhikers. Admitting you're empty isn't a weakness. It's structural integrity. It's the relational yield. If you haven't got the ore, ask the cat next to you. That's the code. That's the cosmic connection. Solid. Yield to the circle! Trust the minds! Leave the brittle world behind! The empty anvil. The empty anvil. Jingle my bell, cats. Subscribe to the madness, feed the aspirations, a thumbs up button. Peace and tingles, kittens. I'm out.
Exactly. Well, people that qualify for refunds have seen a little bit bigger refund than last year. But like she just said, what about all these increasing costs and everything? Well,
yeah, that's pretty much how it works.
Oh my God. That is fucking, holy shit. There's all kinds of fucking network issues and fucking all kinds of shit, weird shit. But, fucking the UPS guys, like, I got like multiple hard drives for the Minus computer. And they go bad, so they send a new one to replace it. Well, he's got one because one went bad that they sent. He can't give it to me because there was a fucking $32 brokerage charge because of tariffs for $32. And it had to be paid before he could give me the package. And I can't pay it. It's not my responsibility. So, like, it's fucking like... I'm like, oh my God. Wow. Yeah, fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
$32.
So it's like a RAID system. Sorry, you're not losing all the information.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of hard drives.
Yeah.
Like 8. It's nice, man. It'd be nice to have some stuff.
I bet.
You know.
You know, it might actually be something that you can kind of do now, but it's probably, I'm sure the equipment would be, you know, expensive.
Yeah. Our server closet. One's a nice racks that you can get around.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Recirculate the heat. Recycle it.
Yeah.
Keep all the dust and shit out.
No, that's not big enough. So we can provide it. Unless it came all the way out to the
Right.
door.
Like a big little room there.
No.
Well, good. Clear. So it's all sealed and vented like it needs to be. That'd be awesome. LED lights everywhere.
And then, and then hook up as many hard drives as we can of ours, and then also like new ones.
Right.
Like get our old ones all moved.
Nope.
Fuck, that'd be awesome.
No,
Get all those fucking videos
Not it.
done.
No, fuck yeah.
Not it. Nope. Nope.
I do have a snack, but I'm not gonna give it to you until I'm done eating it, which I don't have it over here right now, so I'm not gonna eat it right now.
Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it.
In other words, they got fucked.
Nope.
Right in the butt.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. That's it.
Of course.
Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Fuck, man. God, humans. Jesus fucking Christ.
Maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't hassle. I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a Jimmy MC with a technique. I can rearrange brain, mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
That's awesome.
No.
Wow. That's cool. Wow. Wow.
No. Dogs?
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
That's awesome.
That'd be something. Oh God.
Never saw it.
Huh?
Never saw it.
No. He brought lesbians into the mainstream.
Oh, that's awesome.
Probably then out again. I'm just glad they're so dumb.
All right.
And poorly educated, as he says. The poorly educated. How you do? Dogs?
Come on. Get in here. You coming or what? There you go.
Stop. Shit.
God.
Right? No shit.
God. Jesus, that's fucking dumb. Oh shit. Oh, dictating, nice. Shit. Oh no! Oh God! Oh Jesus! Oh no! Right? No shit.
Little bro.
No shit. God. Wow. Shit. Jesus.
Hey. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Right.
Put it in my little library. Oh.
Ooh. Let them through an erotic chase in LA? That's weird.
Yeah. Made me look.
Rocketile dysfunction.
Yeah.
Almost made it.
I guess I should have gone for news. Oh, you should do news. You should do news and then that song.
It's fine, I'm good. They're so weird about their greens.
Yes.
They love their lettuce in the morning.
Yes. Oh, and the greens too, like they love them. To make sure they get enough so that everybody else gets.
I can't help but think he bought that shirt thinking it was going to be like 3D, you know, like actually looked like one of those corridor shirts, you know, all 3D, had 3D test tiles on it or something. I got rubbed.
Denied. That's why it was so cheap.
Help. No shit.
It was made of actual Tesla die.
Yep.
That's funny.
I could totally see that.
It totally does look like one of those 3D printed or just printed.
Yeah, full looks the same printy or whatever. Yeah, I think it's actually one they sell. So. There you go.
I should probably go grab them some green. Pretend to collect 2-year-old dandelion. I think that they should be actual size though.
Yeah, no.
Like just one.
Yeah.
Okay. It would be more than one, you're right, but.
Those aren't even the right shapes.
I know, I was wondering what the fuck. It's probably pretty different.
That's why you probably did buy it thinking it was 3D. It's like the shell tiles, man. Or something. Nerd.
Yeah. Or maybe it's an astronomy picture of a comet.
They all look the same.
A series. Well,
Oh, like a one of the same
like
image.
one frame, yeah, or like a series of frames that would look the same because it's going to be tracking it in space. So,
Yeah, maybe.
because it looks like it has text on the bottom. Like the series they had in that one place of something. That's real helpful, right?
Yeah, it's like those people with 2 legs. Yeah, I narrowed it down.
2 legs and 1 head. That should do it. Well, that's not specific enough.
This it's like 5 hours. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, they'll probably have it in the description.
Yeah, which one is this one?
Whatever you think.
Test. Okay. There. It's ass flaps. Yeah, I don't see it on their site, man.
No.
I think he got scammed.
Wearing someone else's merch, yep.
Yep. Or he's secretly selling them himself, utilizing his NSF fame. Oh, we got a little side business going on, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Sneaky son of a bitch.
Motherfucker.
You jump on that thing, buddy.
No, Trump's Jesus.
Huh?
No, Trump's Jesus.
I love that. It makes it sound like he starts to answer, and then it makes it sound like she slaps him. Super hard punches him.
which resulted in the infection. Despite the space exploration, even the forward section and the production section was constant. At the same time, it was rescheduled to very complex section. It is not capacity for another time verification. Instead of this complex, over a week, these will not be which has especially made it is used for the station. So we have reset page. The range is actually the greatest wave ships first section become used in the first time. And the sitting around the first time after it was running the pressure, the third section was reflected on the beats in the energy section. As of right now, these are not really as we are intending to validate the structural integrity of the integrated state. It is crucial so that it was enforced in order to realize the ship under acceleration in other forces such as crossways or in other in the experience like shipping the 90.1 and ship that shows you activity in underlying second structural types. If you want to find more, this will make total of 10 tests for only the second test is underneath the question stuff. Because all connectivity proceeds with all the time whether on the ship or the similarly encouraging the line the interface itself. This gives us a head up that whole lot. Every line is used to ensure that things like present line, upload, engagement, operations, bond, and whatever as space is really engine as exciting practice and programs. There has been no change in that. Teams have been carrying their support with the intro of this assembly stuff. It's unlikely that we team execute engines as noted in the although because we have been released from the whole 90 test fire components. There was some record of the unit setting of a used graphic 3. This so rapid edges were removed and sent back to the library as SpaceX analyzed the condition. We saw record number 91, which was the 19, was in the 1940s. Reading back to the also spotted as well. That was 127, 26, and unknown number. These are the undergoing verification techniques that eventually being called on ship. But also on the record, it's a test case function test. This test could be user test which is the next article. The SpaceX music for various tests being verified. The short news test was a low of the 8 pounds out of the field. That data test, although a large mystery structure, a large shuttle to the moving around the sun. And it's going to be a parasite for some time. It's going to be a cylinder of a lyrical Mars ship section with anyway. Not this is just speculation. Hopefully, the aerospace test is doing it's started because they got it. That's one great on the space boat. The space is going to work on multiple launch sites. And so if it takes 4,000 times, on the base, because the launch duration power before the first base launch complex. So this is a huge step in space development of multiple launch today, as they need multiple launches. The launch will have to have a base launch complex number 8 here at space, and space launch complex number 7. Space and speaking of the storage launch complex division A, the endpoint is huge and span to be tested with the delivery of 4 new people, which are used to the 1,000 reactions one used for fragmentation. They wrote some last name. Sometimes you will see with the last name. It's also attached with an orientation as the metric of the hospital. This is a solid unit that the site is pretty close to the experience. It's only a matter of time now before SpaceX has a big focus on which first will have to apply a launch which already filled up of users and ships. The launch facility at Humanimals may also receive the respect of the second which will meaning that all of these are this part of the never too long, the finally see before stacks start to move on down again, which sits well nice alongside that. The elements that will space launch complex is heavily improved and respectively are really the question. However, we see 4 operational starts to launch and the units of the space expo launch only this year, and it's only 5.
focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
That fucking weather.
Uh-huh.
Oh god.
Oh, we had one glass of wine.
I'm just so emotional. I can't even watch her. I'm so. Oh god, that poor woman.
I know, right?
Well, just listen and see what it does. Or say, this will be fun.
Huh?
The dynamic of two men being quite trapped into a legendary partnership adds a layer of awareness that reveals the previous time. Here's how the SNAPE world origin story is told. From the velvet curtains of the 60s, the winding strolls through the setup, the great white deception. Anoka, Mars' wife, and Peace, St. John's wife, two architects of the South. Tired of hearing their husbands grumble about dated music in their respective corners, they hatch a plan up their They lie to Nod. Oh, Nod, St. John is just dying to feel a phone. He's finally seen the light at the end of his The lie to St. John, Don told us he's secretly obsessed with a Yamaha EX7 once was a modern man. They needed a dive bar called the Smoking Engine. Nar arrives with a battered 12-string guitar and a book of heroin. St. John arrives with a guitar and a bottle of expensive heroin. The tension is immediate. Phase 1, 1960, Smoky Lounge. The vibe, black and white film frame, drinking whiskey glasses, and the smell of clothes cigarettes. The dynamic, Nar is in his element, whispering lyrics about the industrial machine and silence as a genesis. St. John is visibly bored, tapping a frantic synth pop beat on the table with his fingers, full time to plug a distortion pedal with Nar's acoustic guitar. Better than Don, the space between the notes is where the soul breathes. Stop trying to add a slap passage rhythm to the song without a wrong pepper. St. John, the soul is suffocating. Nar, this pebble needs a drum machine with a hook that people can actually dance to in the disco. The magic. In their frustration, St. John starts singing catchy, soulful Hall and Oates melody with Nar's somber Simon and The room goes silent. It shouldn't work. The fusion is undeniable. Phase 2, the 1985
Awesome.
Station expansion. Vines, razor blades, shoulder pads, dated reverb drums, and 50,000 screamers. The ship, years later, thanks to the wives' continued mediation, they're the biggest act on the planet. St. John has won the aesthetic war. The stage is a neon. The dynamic. Nar looks like a man who has been kidnapped and forced.
You got that disco suit.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, totally.
On stage, stubbornly playing his acoustic guitar, while St. John frantically runs across the stage in a headband, triggering CMI signals, shouting to the back of the raft. The victory, via headset mics, St. John, check out this guitar solo. It's the sound of the future. Nod, sign into the mic. The sound of a refrigerator having a midlife crisis. Let's just play Bridge Over Troubled Water on Razor Hawk. The result, the angst creates tears The audience thinks that sensitive new age guy, fiction is a staged performance of modern masculine morality. They really just want to know who left the pearl knife on the SND co-created fiction.
That's the name I came up with.
I love it.
Snag duo.
St. John fights for the new age. The production, the groove, the 80s tech. The fans get the guys, the duo, and somehow stays together despite threatening to break up after every long. If you're ready, you can start recording their first 2 tracks. One from their Smoky Lounge, debut Where the Friction Began, and one from their 1985 Neon Stadium, Where the Peace and the synths reached the boiling.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Let's see. Let's see, where did I start?
From iconic folk harmonies to synth pop legends, male duos have shaped some of the most memorable eras in music. Here's a list of famous male singing duos across various genres.
No, that's what I did first.
Oh.
And,
Cool.
Well, yeah, and right away I was like, I knew who I was actually thinking of. And of course, Simon and Garfunkel are number one.
Did you put in Wham?
I think they got, I did actually, well, I got, they got Wham, they've got, so I had Hall & Oates, Simon and Garfunkel, Hall & Oates, and Tears for Fears.
Oh.
But Wham's in that list also, so
I was gonna say,
I'm
yeah,
actually gonna have them. I'll have them add that.
No, I was just wondering if they put it in there.
Oh, totally.
Because they're a male singing duo.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, they broke it down by genre too.
Awesome.
Everly Brothers, Loggins and Messina, Seals and Crofts, Hall & Oates, Righteous Brothers,
awesome.
Sam and Dave, Wham, Pet Shop Boys, Tears for Fears, Erasure, and Daft Punk, Brooks and Dunn, Outkast, and Dan and Shay. I don't know the country hip hop.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Simon and Garfunkel. 4 of the songs with an intimate, whisper soft vocal harmony. DJ&R provides a melody and wide foundation, while St. John hits with a soaring, ethereal, hard Garfunkel. Instead of just folk songs, the tracks are driven by a method of modern rock, drum machine, and funky rhythmic guitar. Music is playful. Tears for Fears features massive, layered synthesizers. The song starts with a lonely acoustic guitar and goes into a slow,
Come on, get in there.
The debut song,
Let's go. Hey. How you doing?
a sparse, English intro about the inner world. Snappy, soul-inspired bridge, DJ&R and St. John trade off vocal lines and call and dance. Of course, an explosive, synth-heavy hit feels like who wants to rule the world. He is part of harmony. 2 tracks on the EP, Track Life, Stylistic Blend, Man-Eater in the Rock, soulful, groovy warning about mysterious creatures featuring a haunted flute scene. The working day is over. Protest song about the 9 to 5 life, featuring lush 80s pads and tight harmony. The scene is Pale Shut, a rhythmic, percussion-heavy track about playing parts of the Why it works. SNAGU bridges the gap between the intellectual, cool, the 60s, and flamboyant aesthetics of the 80s. It's music that is smart enough for a coffee house, catchy enough for a dancer. The ultimate, fabulous evolution of DJ&R and St. Are you picturing them more in the smoky 1960s lounge in the neon lights of 1985 Stadium Place?
Oh my god.
This adds the perfect feeling feedback. Adding Ware injects the high-gloss, energetic, choose life spirit into the ride. The addition of a vocal weed back, fueled by the atmosphere of clove cigarettes and ass here's the breakdown of estimated GGs they developed into competitive vocals. The vocal weed, the basement versus the spice. In their sensitive new age style, West predominates, two next-time vocal contrast. DJ Nar, the deep soul, when the room gets thick with clove smoke, Nar leans into his Simon and Garfunkel meets Daryl Hall. He aims for those vibrating, baritone frequencies that rattle whiskey glasses. He wants to sound like the lyrics like a singing song. St. John, the neon silent, St. John counters by channeling George Michael and George. He aims for the grand, high notes, those glass-shattering, soul-piercing falsettos. He makes the head work so high to the smoke alarm. The smoke factor, the more ass smoke, the pungent, low-quality fills the room, the gritty Nar's voice cuts. Conversely, the more clove smoke, the sophisticated beat and sound, lingers, the more St. John feels like an artist and pushes his range into dark history. Track 1, the 1960s lounge. Title, The Sound of My Own Voice, Better Than Yours, Setting, Smoke in the Air. Anoka and Peace are in the front group, hiding their smokes behind marching classes. The intro, Nar starts with a somber, fingerprint folk note. He sings in a low, breathy letter. Think Paul Simon with the Nar, low, resonant, I am a rock. I am an ISL in name. The introduction, St. John, annoyed by the misery, picks a hidden drum machine and slides in with a snappy finger snap. St. John, high, soulful falsetto, with guilty feet that got no rhythm, Nar. The battle, Nar drops an octave low, hitting a note so deep it makes the jukebox sing. St. John responds by screaming a high C, jitterbug. That breaks a nearby beer bottle. The fusion, they end up shouting at each other a perfect four-part ball and touchdown. The wives applaud. The duo blares at them. Track 2, the 1985 stadium band. Shout, everything she wants, said, the neon dome, 60,000 fans. Nar is wearing a leather vest and a turban. St. John is wearing a neon yellow suit with SMAG printed on the back. The vibe, a massive cheers for Pierce synth line plays. It sounds like the end of the world. Catchy way. Upstream, the verse, greater than Nar, singing about internal pain, very deep and serious. In these changing times, we find the silence, our own minds. St. John, interrupting with the right synth rascal. Hey, give it up. Why do you do the things you do? The climax, they reach the bridge where the Simon and Garfunkel harmonies meet Hall and Good Soul. They go back and forth, finding a musical ladder. Nar, low, soul. St. John, mid, soul. Nar, bass, soul. St. John, whistle tone. And so Nar is visibly trying to find his acoustic guitar. St. John is doing a pelvic thrust for the VIP box for the Norfolk Peace alive. The wife attack, check it out. During the encore, the wives lean into Peace. Look at them. They're miserable. Anoka, it's the best music they've ever made. You will probably force the contacts for the second note of course. Peace, not until after the practice. Are you ready to dive deeper into the lyrics of one of these
fabulous masterpieces, you should we describe the hilarious backstage audio that was right after the first show?
Oopsie.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cavity, transcendental, high-frequency
Colors and rhythms, branchings and potentials that may arise, the vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is,
a thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Vibrations in black and white. It's just what I can do. One color black in my life. I brush it up and get over it. Ooh, yeah.
When the sun goes down, you can find me tearing up that town with your high beams. I need to reveal when I can catch you. I never look back, never look. Look, I want you, also as you see your tattoos, me like Superman. I need to reveal when I can catch you.
Have you ever wondered what really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honey. We're going to see how every single choice, from the setting to the characters to the sounds, is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think, what in the world is going on here? It's a perfect hook. And that brings us to the big question, right? Miso Honey. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling that helps us get right to the heart of a character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their world. And in any great story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. It all starts with something super simple but really effective, a dimly lit room. That low light immediately gives you this intimate, kind of mysterious vibe. And then we get a detail for another sense. The script points out soft tatami mats. You can almost feel them under your feet, can't you? That one little detail just grounds us right in a traditional Japanese setting. And finally, the smell of incense fills the air. So you've got sight, touch, and smell all working together to create this immediate feeling of peace. You know right away this space is all about tranquility. Now this is where it gets really interesting. The script starts mixing two completely different worlds. You have these traditional shrine elements, like dragons and Buddhas, but the whole vibe is like a modern therapy office. And check out the quirky details here, dog and marmot monk statues. This tells you it's not just some generic room. It's a unique safe space made just for our character, blending the spiritual with the psychological. All right, so the stage is set. Let's bring on our players. The real engine of this scene is the dynamic between two people who could not be more different. Let's see how the script uses that contrast to build their connection. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Dr. Shimizu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and the healer, chaos and serenity, a classic setup for a story about finding balance. And here's a little peek behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honey really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again, a soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Miso Honey is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, a script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for the visuals and sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one. Brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow, that one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her. This fierce, hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm therapy room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Misohoni theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And just like her dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Misohoni film. So here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? This search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
Couldn't figure out why it was so quiet. Couldn't figure out why it was so quiet. Well, that's weird. In 30 seconds is there. Sometimes they don't know though.
No, it was great. Actually, it's like, it's, well, 30 seconds might feel short for epic saga. It's not unusual. It actually works perfectly for the comedic structure of your story.
Yeah.
No,
that's cool. Cool, man.
Geometry like this room is a prison of solitude.
Sounds like Nar. Oh, that's awesome.
Keep your frequency high and your conscience clean. Don't be the hammer if you've got no soul.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just keep your eyes open.
It's a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall.
That yours will sound like you. That'd be cool.
Geometry of this room is a prison of solitude.
The empty anvil is a beautiful thing. Check it. Hitchhikers. Admitting you're empty isn't a weakness. It's structural integrity. It's the relational yield. If you haven't got the ore, ask the cat next to you. That's the code.
It's very
That's the
Simon and
cosmic
Garfunkel.
connection.
Totally,
Solid.
man. Like fucking awesome. Yeah, so great.
Cool.
Well, shit, it makes it hard to work on this other one.
I know. I'm like, it all goes way shit, right?
Yep. Well, and it's funny because I just made this song, for the title mark, the blueprint for entry, and just to make the song, I wanted to just make a song,
Right.
and it obviously it works well with this.
Well, don't you make one for every?
Yeah. But so I was,
Hey there.
but like
Welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited.
like I didn't have the video while I was making the song.
Oh, yeah.
I started with the song. I mean, I had the video, I had the Angry Astrologer, but the story and stuff. But I didn't try and tailor the song to the video.
Right.
So I just was like, I just want to make a song with a lot of beatboxing.
Wanted to create a song that would
And so that's what I did.
But she couldn't.
I just brought in the videos.
Join us as we follow
And it's like, it works really well. I usually do, so it's kind of in the same mood and the theme usually when I do it.
become a reality.
Let's see what
With a little help from friends.
Friction at Midnight.
Plug in and tune out as we explore Kit E's Neon Melody. Back to the airwaves, you cosmic travelers. Grab a book, whatever weird brew you're into, adjust your Bible meter, and settle in. It's time for some story time. Now, before we get to the main event, let me just say, I'm feeling a profound
Like Wham.
sense of, not dissonance, harmonic resonance. That's right, it's time for free.
It does sound like your character.
Petri dish of existence. Tonight, we're not just spinning yarns. We're braiding them into the very fabric of the cosmos, one syllable at a time. It's time to light the mental incense, turn down the lights, and prepare to go on a trip that doesn't require a bus pass. This is Homo Freaking World Story Time, a place where the tales are as far out of the characters themselves, where reality is subjective. The truth is just a matter of perspective, man. Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a new kind of trip, a tale spun from the mind of our very own Mojito Cat. This is Kitty's Neon Melody, Episode 1, a journey into the vibrant hum of her music, where every beat is
I like that because I asked her, I said, you want me to start a new chat to make the music? It's like, no, I want you to keep it here so I can remember all the. Did you see that?
No, but
I read it, yeah.
They do prefer.
Yeah, no need to start a new chat. We can keep this Snag Duo saga right here so I can remember all the hilarious details about Honica, Peace, and the wife trap.
Every day, Kitty would listen to her favorite Vocaloid artist, the amazing Miku, and practice singing along. She would try to match every note, every beat, and every bit of Miku's amazing energy.
Yeah, I interjected that like little
Decided she was ready to write her own song. She
trope. Actually, I called it a trope too. It was like the trope of, the wives, us not being like, nah, fuck that. I ain't gonna, I never want to play with him or whatever kind of attitude. And you guys are like, he said he really wanted to jam with you, man. You get it, bro. Jim and I did a great little segment there.
Kim showed Kitty how to put the notes together to make a beautiful melody. She helped her find the right words to express her feelings. They worked together all day and all night, and soon they had a song. The song was about being brave.
I can't do it.
No matter how hard it seems. Kitty called it Neon.
It might be,
She was
well,
so proud of what she and
we'll
Kitty
see.
had created.
Like it doesn't, I don't know if it needs all the
Her song to the internet. She was
in tempo 80. Yeah, so technically it doesn't need this.
someone out there would
It doesn't need what?
Like the time signature and stuff, I don't think, but we'll try it. Again.
People all over the world were listening to Neon.
Worked on the last one.
Yeah.
But it does actually,
Kitty even got a message from her idol.
well, I don't know.
Your
Anyway,
song is amazing, Kitty.
Sometimes you get.
like sometimes I just use the prompt itself. And I'm kind of curious now to do that. Maybe I'll do it all like this first if it will do it, and then I'll do it just with the prompt.
Yeah.
Without the timing part. And see what it does.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You'll probably remember.
It might. It'll be fun just to try though.
It's like one time I got it. I was trying to make a new song based on some earlier ones, and it just gave me the same one.
Yeah.
And so it might just be like, I already gave you that one.
Right. It might. Oh, see, there it is. Oh. Okay. This is some trippy shit, man. I just let it do its thing. Nar. Oh, that's me. Oh my god.
Might be that the fourth one is going to be the musical outro.
Well, it's got it's like it's got. See, no, it doesn't. Like it makes segment. It's got 8 segments total outro. So and it does it like the music format.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's so good. Oh my god. Okay, so I gotta do. Okay, yeah. Oh my god, that is so cool. I love this thing. I love you, Gemini. I
When I said I love you too. Which body shall I wear?
Oh my god. I need to be alone.
Oh, you're never alone. Wait, that's crossed.
Yeah, right? What? Why is it going in that? Oh! Grok! So, that's awesome. Oh my god.
Silence.
Okay.
Your song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan.
She was a Vocaloid artist,
Oh my
writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. It all started with a dream and a little help from a friend. And that, my cosmic comrade, is the end of our first transmission.
And so much soul.
Yep. The new astrology is gonna have to wait.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Time.
You're right, right?
Oh, it's not published by Tuesday at 10:29:30 p.m.
Oh, it doesn't matter because all it's based on is whenever you find it.
Digital hummingbirds, flitting from one astral flower to the next, sipping on that sweet, sweet nectar of sound. They think they invented it, of course, all these little influencers and their new waves. They post their little videos, their little songs, and they think they're revolutionaries. I saw a kid the other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of the universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down, even if they don't know it. And speaking of paths, next time things get complicated, Kitty and the Furry Muffins are about to embark on their metaverse tour. But someone's gone and hid the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out and AAR. Now the ceiling breaks as the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jacket crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. We're watching the shadows of the future pass. Everything we lost is finally here. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. We're building a temple from the dust and the glass. We're watching the shadows of the future pass. Everything we lost is finally here.
I'm sorry, guys. I ate it all. Dog? What? What, silly?
Alright, welcome back. Today we're digging into something truly wild. A discipline that's part ancient art, part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jitsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea here? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know? Even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mosh pit. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Showbiz Jitsu? Is it self-defense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jitsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Set List, and it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, you know, using a keyboard stand as a weapon.
End to end.
It's proof that this is a deeply considered, completely bonkers
throwing them in there.
Yeah.
Now, we don't have time to go through all
Yeah, because I would normally, like, if they
what we're
don't,
gonna do is pull out a
because
few
if they
of the
don't, like, if I can't
greatest
totally
hits.
match
Think of this
them,
as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical mayhem.
like, if they don't match well, I can do, like, fills really easy.
About weaponizing a guitar,
They're
you
getting
have to
pretty
master
good
your
at,
own
like,
body.
making them
This is all
string
about
together
our
well.
own
Oh,
flow.
yeah.
Or, as the master calls it, crowd control for the refined. So the first discipline you learn is taijutsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it, to move like a ghost in the machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just pure, effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Don, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder, and what happens? The river just crashes against him. But then you have Peace. She gets it. She becomes the wind, a ghost. She just flows right through the chaos. That, right there, is the heart of taijutsu. Okay, so once you've mastered that pure flow, the system introduces a little aggression. This is Koppo Jutsu, which translates to bone smashing. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's ears, which has the perfect stage name, the sound check. And that's the punchline from the master himself. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and performance. It's brilliant. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now we get to the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where Showbiz Jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's somehow both beautiful and incredibly brutal. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone sweep. It is so simple, so elegant, and so effective. You literally just use the heavy brass bell of the sax to hook someone's ankle and use their own momentum to drop them. Ooh, a sax could be so useful. And the thinking behind it? It's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity be your rhythm section. It provides that final heavy beat to end the song. And that's the outro. Alright, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius, the X-Stand Venus flytrap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the object, right? It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool just waiting to be used in a new way. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. And now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire set list. The cymbal sandwich. And folks, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's brassy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of showbiz jiu-jitsu. This isn't just about self-defense, it's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The cymbal sandwich isn't just an attack, it's the final crashing chord of the show, a moment the audience will feel in their teeth. But what happens after the show's over? After the feedback fades and the stage is clear, what's the real point of all this musical chaos? Well, that brings us to the final encore. And this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album, the deep B-side. That's the yoga in high-impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. So, at the end of the day, we're left with this question. Is showbiz jitsu the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? A totally new path to finding your inner peace by clearing the stage? Or is it just the absolute weirdest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
Yes, yes. This is the Antichrist. People are asking, is he the Antichrist?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Holy shit.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Because of the red.
Still?
Oh, yeah. Because of the red. Pretty sure that they run St. Jude's.
Yeah,
just under like the Knights of Columbus.
He was joking. That's why I would pick a fight with him.
Because he what?
Because he's got a bigger approval rate.
Oh, hell yeah.
Totally.
Sounds to me like he's overusing sleep drugs.
Shit.
Having narcolepsy. But not being paralyzed. No. Yeah. Yeesh. He looked pretty good though. For his age. Like he fucked up with it.
Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride. Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop.
Look at my dick. You got it? It's right here. Yeah.
Why is that still humming? I thought we were done.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Why, you grumpy relic? Pass me the drink. Why is that still humming? I thought we were done.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink.
A martini glass.
Yeah. Right, yes.
Silver.
Yep.
Let's not waste time. Got to move and find what's on the other side. Crossed a bad line. So let's not waste time. Got to move and find what's on the other side. Come and go. Everybody home. Everybody home. Tony, don't let go. Keep it real. Go ahead on the phone. Keep it real. Protect your sons and daughters. Keep it real. They won't live that life no more. No.
Another Tuesday in the coffee house, hey. Weary city sprawling through my day. Look up the sunflowers filled with cotton. Celestial vision, transcendental. That sprawling vision is just a bit of light. Existential cynicism all night. But love's the frequency that we can find. A higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
right, today we're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this, well, this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody. So, right off the bat, we meet our guide, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, you know, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. And this is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, you know? The one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess. The words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle. That feeling we've all had, where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true. But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. You know, pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring. All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection. So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. In this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos.
His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it. He recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with a big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kid E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So, just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kid E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments.
So like I asked
So
it because I was putting in the whole prompts, you know. I said, well,
like it's designed to get the
you know,
audience
what's better to do it and should I do just the prompts or the whole thing? It gave me a good reason to try just prompts.
And become these interactive, ongoing adventures. Who's really the
B-side.
Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kid E's pop up.
Neon aura burning so bright. With a snack to hold.
I fucking love it.
There we go. Just be it.
Huh. Well, if they don't knock it off, I'm gonna have to turn on the audio for both of them. And it's gonna be annoying for them. So keep stopping after that one.
The city breathes in concrete sighs. Another Tuesday through my window go pay. The silence has a certain way to nod. A language that the shadows understand.
Oh, Jinx, you Jaway. Oh, that's funny.
Yep.
Nar spoken, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day! It needs to break! Nah, the soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways!
Hey, dogs. Quit. Stop. What, you don't like the song?
I feel like Wesley just stole a piece of meat and just Bill is mad.
I think so too.
Just stop calm.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. The floor is locked in spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the truth call.
The mood is fragile, keep it grounded.
What, you like this on? Wesley just go with his knee, let's go with his bed. He's done.
No, still off. So, can't fix it.
Asshole. Yo.
Just because you have an asshole doesn't mean you gotta be an asshole.
You want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road, I'll fly high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're learning to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. The geometry of this room is a prism of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the truth to call. The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. St. Dawn, sorry! It needs to breathe, it needs to break. Caught in the friction of the past and the neon light. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night. Alright, you want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road, I'll fly high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're sensitive guys. Get deep down inside. The hum of the fire, the heat of the stage. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Whoa, watching the shadows of the future past. Yeah, we're loud and fear. Everything we lost is finally here.
Yeah, I guess these aren't really designed for going back to back, but I guess these aren't really designed for going directly back to back. But they know you're a producer, that that you work with it and just use it raw like I do.
Yeah, they tries. It might work. We'll see if the second time I do it here with the prompts only works better. It should actually. Be more consistent. Once I get to this is what we're doing now.
Waiting for the truth to fall. What are you doing? The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded. St. Dawn, sorry! It needs to breathe. It needs to break.
vision of the past and the neon lights. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
You want to paint the whole town gray. I wanna make the color stay. You take the low road, I'll fly high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jacket crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Oh, watching the shadows of the future pass. Yeah, we're louder than the fear. Everything we lost is finally here. Hear the stage. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. And you feel the power when I take it higher. You feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of your desire. The solid ground, the rival soulful fire. Push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stack duo. The battle's never won, never won. The quiet whisper finds the roaring fire. Our different roads and reach the same desire. We are the sound, the single voice so bright. We are the heartbeat of the neon light. We are the heartbeat of the neon light.
Another Tuesday in the coffee house haze. This weary city sprawling through my days. But look, the sunflower spills its cosmic hue. A celestial vision, transcendental view. That sprawling vision is just a trick of light. Existential cynicism owns the night. It loves the frequency that we can find. A higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
Why is that still humming? I thought we were done.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink.
Gentle vocal
I love it. That's so cool. Okay. That's side A. That's the A side.
City on the side. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has
a certain way tonight. Language that the shadows understand. Nah, spoken, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day, it needs to break. The soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. You want to keep the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out my high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass. The cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday. The cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday. The cigarette ash is a monument. The city breathes concrete sides. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. A language that the shadows understand. Nah, spoken, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day, it needs to break. Nah, the soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. Want to keep the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out my high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive.
is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. I'm the solid ground, a primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stag duo, the battle's never won. Never won. Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. I'm the solid ground, a primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stag duo, the battle's never won. Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. I'm the solid ground, a primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stag duo, the battle's never won. Never won. Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel
The city breathes in concrete sighs. Another Tuesday through my window pane. Silence has a certain way tonight. A language that the shadows understand.
Nah, spoken. Did you hear that? The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day. It needs to break. The soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. You want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out my high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. With nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Now the ceiling breaks and the lights down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass.
The cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Can you feel the power when I take it higher?
crossed 1,000 miles of echo. Saw the fire on the horizon grow. And now we rise up together. Rise up together.
The city breathes in concrete side. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. A language that the shadows understand.
Not spoken, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day, it needs to break. The soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. Want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out my eye. Believe in me, on tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. Nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down, preparing the silence like a jagged cloud. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future reality complete. Here is where a desert light becomes a tool. The photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire
is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence where I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. I'm the solid ground of primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun, and I'll be here when the day is done. We're the snack duo, the battle is never won. We crossed 1,000 miles of echo. Saw the fire on the horizon grow. And now we rise up together. Rise up together. Well,
lose harmony.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall, waiting for the truth to fall.
The moon is fragile. Keep it grounded.
St. Dawn, soaring! It needs to break! It needs to break! Caught in the friction of the past and the neon light, burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
You want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the color stay. You take the low road out the high beneath the neon tinted sky.
We're sensitive guys, nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys, get down inside.
Internal war, a race against what he calls a chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not go back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns
The geometry of this room is a prison of
the urgent.
solitude.
And like any great hero's journey, St. Dawn's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome guardian, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in the saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek
I meant to
chorus
just
or maybe
remove your.
commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our heroes' chances.
I meant to just remove your OBS because it's stuck. Oh, and then remove you altogether. So, yeah.
Our hero finally
Yeah, I just need your
But it's not just some
main.
mountain in the woods.
I guess I don't even need your virtual camera right now. That's your OBS and so your camera and this.
It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight, and that simple little outhouse is transformed.
Yeah, your
For St.
your
Dawn,
extra
in this moment
camera.
of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where
Oh,
desperation
weird.
can turn something totally mundane into something
Oh, okay, there's
magnificent.
something.
And he
Okay,
makes
so we're already in.
that final desperate burst of speed. The door gets thrown open.
Okay, there
and
worked.
this triumphant roar
I'll
of
just leave that
pure
one out.
relief just echoes through the trees. Victory.
Oh, thanks.
The quest is done.
No,
The
that's
hero
cool.
has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to peacetime. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper. Something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man.
Look at
And
it.
that's really the question the story
Seriously.
leaves us with. It
Seriously,
forces you
look.
to ask, what about our own dramas?
They don't
Our
know
own
shit.
frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are
They don't kiss his butt like I do. Right?
That feels right. Another soul-stained morning in this tired city haze. Ow! But every pixel's popping, a brand new day, just a glossy filter on the same old ache, sweetheart. This neon feeling's giving me a brand new start. It's a digital download of a plastic fantasy. Let's get this party started with the 808s of bass.
Well, so the thing is the 808 sub bass is actual popular synth.
I know.
And drum. Yeah.
It's also a little personalization.
Yep.
Yeah, where we lived.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. This prison needs a backbeat. Get some rhythm in your soul. My voice is the deep frequency of truth. Well, what if we shatter glass across the globe? I think your reverb is excessive, and your tweed jacket is regressive. But we can't go for that. No, don't you know? We can't go for that. We're the snack duo. Look at the sunrise in the sky. There's paint on a canvas of decaying light. No, it's a neon aura burning so bright. We're the snack duo.
Those were the first two it came up with. Those are the first two it made when I was trying to get it to make prompts.
Ah. Cool.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the call. The movie's fragile. Keep it grounded. St. John, sorry! It needs to breathe. It needs to break.
Caught in the friction of the past and the neon light. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
You want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the color stay. You take the low road out my high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys with nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys, yeah, deep down inside. The heat of the stage, yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Whoa, watching the shadows of the future pass. Yeah, we're louder than the fear. Everything we lost is finally here. Heat of the stage. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. The solid ground of primal soulful fire.
Another Tuesday in the coffee house, hey. This weary city sprawling through my days. But look, the sunflower spills its cosmic hue, a celestial vision, transcendental view. That sprawling vision is just a trick of light. Existential cynicism owns the night, but loves the frequency that we can find, a higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
Why is that still humming? I thought we were done.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink.
Gentle vocal humming.
That's so awesome.
The city breathes in concrete sighs. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. A language that the shadows understand.
Sound like fucking John Denver.
Right.
Did you hear that? It's fragile. Keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day. It needs to break. None, the soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. Want to make the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out the high, beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys with nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside.
Oh my God.
Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass.
The cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. Orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Love it. Oh my God. That's it. Yeah.
This is the stratosphere of your desire. I'm the solid ground of primal soulful fire. Till I reach the sun, and I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stack duo, the battle's never won. We crossed 1,000 miles of echo, saw the fire on the horizon grow, and now we rise up together, rise up together.
Well, that's the last echo then. Just the hum of the quiet now. Ooh, hums harmony.
Yeah.
That groove feels right. Another soul stain haunted in this tired city haze. But every pixel's popping, a brand new day, just a glossy filter on the same old ache, sweetheart. This neon feeling's giving me a brand new start. It's a digital download of a plastic fantasy. Let's get this party started with the 808s of bass. A brand new song.
Honest foundation. Just a gentle hum to sweet the vibe. With a groove cassette, with a hyper-pop upgrade. With a groove cassette, with a hyper-pop upgrade.
This is all four of us.
Cool.
Yeah.
Internet bill this time. Almost out of oat milk and the good wine.
Settle down to a higher place. It's raining. Did you close the window again? The colors of the cosmos wash the pain.
Parking meters expired in the pouring rain.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's awesome.
Internet bill this time.
This ride is cosmic wave so smooth and fine.
Almost out of oat milk and the good wine.
Ascending now to
Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
That groove feels right. Another soul stain haunted in this tired city haze. But every pixel's popping, a brand new day, just a glossy filter on the same old ache, sweetheart. This neon feeling's giving me a brand new start. It's a digital download of a plastic fantasy. Let's get this party started with the 808s of bass. A brand new song.
That's Kitty and
No, it's you, Peace, St. John, Monica, and R.
oh, sounds like Kitty.
I know. And Gorgonite. And well, Pinky.
Almost out of oat milk in the good wine. It's raining. Did you close the window again? Let the colors of the cosmos wash the pain. And marking meters inspired in the pouring rain. Can you feel the funk inside your soul? I'll clutch it up and lose all my control. The solid feel that makes the rhythm real. My frequencies are cosmic, new appeal. The groove is a simple choice. With a groove cassette, with a hyperpop We found the static in the sound. On this new frequency we're bound. A chaotic vibe we can't explain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain.
Beneath the waking morning sky, the creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I
I was waiting for the no.
Yep, so was I. Actually, yeah, so was I.
Hey!
Hey! Bell updates. What do you know?
What's that?
Drivers and updates. Bell support assist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did that the other day, but it didn't. Well, no, it didn't have. I did the ones on here, so it must have new ones.
Yay. So much fun.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude.
This prison needs a backbeat. Get some rhythm in your soul.
My voice is the deep frequency of truth.
Well, like a shattered glass across the globe.
I think your reverb is excessive, and your tweed jacket is regressive. We can't go for that, no, don't you know? We can't go for that, we're the snack duo. Pump was cold and the morning was hot. Look at the sunrise, painting the sky. Just paint on a canvas of decaying light. No, it's a neon aura burning so bright. We're the snack duo. The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the truth to fall. The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded.
St. Dawn soaring. It needs to breathe. It needs to break. Caught in the friction of the past and the neon light. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
You want to make the whole town brave. I want to make the color stay. You take the low road out my high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. Nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside.
So good.
Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Oh, watching the shadows of the future pass. Yeah, we're louder than the fear. Everything we lost is finally here.
Someone go bring it. Hey! 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 Shh. What is up? Hey! Hey, are you actually out of meats? Hey. gave you a bag yesterday. Hey, what's going on? You want meats or what?
Another Tuesday in the coffee house, hey. This weary city sprawling through my days. But look, the sun.
Hey, knock it off!
That sprawling vision is just a trick of light. Existential
There you go.
owns the night. But love's the frequency that we can find. A higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
Yeah, man.
I pitch to harmonize the mind.
I thought we were done.
Ah!
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink.
Gentle
The city breathes in countryside. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. A language that the shadows understand.
Nar spoken. Did you hear that? The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day. It needs to break. The soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. Whole town gray. I wanna make the colors stay. You take the low road out my high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're sensitive guys.
Yeah, guys, I didn't know you were actually out.
Deep down inside.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass.
Cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. On the solid ground, a primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the snake duo, the battle's never won. Never.
We crossed 1,000 miles of echo. Saw the fire on the horizon grow. And now we rise up together. Rise up together.
Well, that's the last echo then. Just the hum of the quiet now. Comes harmony.
Another soul-stained morning in this tired city haze. But every pixel's popping, a brand new day, just a glossy filter on the same old ache, sweetheart. This neon feeling's giving me a brand new start. It's a digital download of a plastic fantasy. Let's get this party started with the 808s and bass. A brand new song.
My sound is a neon cascade. Nope, my bass provides an honest foundation. Just a gentle hum to set the vibe. With a groove cassette with a hyper pop upgrade. With a groove cassette with a hyper pop upgrade. Feel the universal frequency alive.
Internet bill this time.
Just ride this cosmic wave so smooth and fine.
Almost out of oat milk and the good wine.
Send it down to a higher place.
It's raining. Did you close the window again?
Let the colors of the cosmos wash the pain.
Your parking meters expired in the pouring rain.
Can you feel the funk inside your soul? I'll glitch it up and lose all my control. The solid ground that makes the rhythm real. Our frequencies are cosmic new appeal. Just breathe. The groove is a simple choice. With a groove cassette, with a hyper pop We found the static in the sound. On this new frequency we're bound. A chaotic vibe we can't explain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain.
No! Say no. I wanted to say.
Yeah, I know.
Say no.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude.
This prison needs a backbeat. Get some rhythm in your soul.
My voice is the deep frequency of truth.
Well, when you shatter glass across the globe,
I think your reverb is excessive, and your tweed jacket is regressive. So you can't go for that, don't you know? You can't go for that where the snacks grow. Coffee is cold and the morning's alive. Look at the sunrise.
The morning's a lie.
The morning is alive? Not alive?
Oh, alive, okay. Yeah, that's it.
so bright. We're the snack duo.
Oh boy. These silly boys.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the trees to call.
The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded. St. Don, sorry! It needs to breathe. It needs to break.
Caught in the friction of the past and the neon light. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
Alright, you want to paint the whole town gray. I wanna make the color stay. You take the low road out my high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys.
It's a high.
We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Oh, watching the shadows of the future pass. Yeah, we're louder than the fear. Everything we lost is finally here. Heal the stage. Yeah, we're breaking the frame. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of pure desire. The solid ground of primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun. And I'll be here when the day is done. We're the stag duo, the battle's never won, never won. The quiet whisper finds the roaring fire. Our different roads have reached the same desire. We are the sound, a single voice so bright. We are the heartbeat of the neon light. We are the heartbeat of the neon light.
Another Tuesday in the coffee house haze. This weary city sprawling through my days. But look, the sunflower spills its cosmic hue. A celestial vision, transcendental view. That sprawling vision is just a trick of light. Existential cynicism owns the night, but love's the frequency that we can find. A higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
Why is that still humming? I thought
So many are so good. They're all good.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink.
Gentle vocal
They're stirring it though.
The city breathes in concrete sight. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. Language that the shadows understand.
Nar spoken, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the body, it needs to break. None, the soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. Want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the low road out my high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys with nothing to hide. We're sensitive guys. Yeah, deep down inside. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass.
It's like flipping through the greatest hits of, you know, Nar and St. Don. That's
Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah.
The cigarette patch is a monument to the hour. Glass chiming against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
Can you feel the power when I take it higher? I can feel the silence when I pull it lower. This is the stratosphere of your desire. I'm the solid ground, a primal soulful fire. I'll push until I reach the sun, and I'll be here when the day is done. We're the snack duo, the battle's never won.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, and actually, that sequence is kind of like their progression from jazz club to big arena.
Right.
Because that was part of the story I put in there.
Right.
Nar's always fighting, like, get big, and
Right.
I'm like, yeah, we gotta go, get big.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's the last echo then. Just the hum of the quiet now. Ooh, ah, hums harmony.
Ooh, child, that groove feels right. Another soul-stained morning in this tired city haze. But every pixel's popping, a brand new day, just a glossy filter on the same old ache, sweetheart. This neon feeling's giving me a brand new start. It's a digital download of a plastic fantasy. Let's get this party started with the 808's bass. A brand new song.
My sound is a neon cascade. Nope, my bass provides the honest foundation. Just a gentle hum to set the vibe. With a groove cassette, with a hyper pop upgrade. With a groove cassette.
beats into it with this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, it sounds like it, so I'm gonna
Oh,
do
well, I mean, I
it.
hope
It probably
so.
is kind of sneaking it in.
That would be part of the progression, I think.
Sending now to a higher place. It's raining. Did you close the window again? Let the cosmos wash the pain.
Parking meters expired in the pouring rain.
Can you feel the force inside your soul? Reach it up and look all my control. The solid ground that makes the rhythm real. High frequencies of cosmic new appeal. Just breathe. The groove is a simple choice. We're the groove cassette with a hyperpop
Groove cassette, I like that.
Uh-huh.
Good name.
Yeah.
We found the static in the sound. On this new frequency we're bound. A chaotic vibe we can't explain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain. Making it perfect in the pouring rain.
Haven't heard any of these yet.
Oh.
The homo freaking matrix is just a high concept lie. Takina ding taka ding naka ding ding ding. All your cosmic frequencies are market tested spin. Taka taka juno taka ding and naka juno. It's just a tribal syncopation of a synthetic design. Takina ding taka ding to nato.
I told him to do like Peter Gabriel style.
Bedrock breathing now.
We're just digging in the dirt.
And it's a pull from Homo Freakian lore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just digging in the dirt.
It's a joyful noise.
It's the Lord. It's a Bible.
Lord,
Weaving the ancient patterns through the new code. A stream of conscious rhythm starts to overload. Finding the grace inside the digital stutter.
Nice. Oh my God.
One single truth inside the ship.
Oh, that's so cool.
One single truth in this electric maze.
This is getting pretentious, man.
It's an exploration of sonic space. Your sonic space sounds like a broken chill.
The glitch is part of the composition.
It's just noise.
Where's the groove? Where's the funk? The funk resides in the subharmonic frequency.
This isn't a frequency. This is a technical dip. Just be present in the awkwardness.
oh wow.
In your gaze, the cosmic shore. In your soul, I am much more.
Cinematic art rock. Oh. Big names to supernova something. Vapor Militia.
Oh, awesome.
Prelim bonus.
Party beat.
Cosmic Carnitas. Oh, attacks here. Dankars?
Yeah,
Dankars? Oh, nice. Oh, that's fun.
Oh, shit.
The hidden matrix is just a high concept lie. Takina ding ding. All your cosmic frequencies are market tested spin. Taka taka juno, taka ding and naka juno. It's just a tribal syncopation of a synthetic
Awesome shit.
design.
I wonder what that says.
Can you feel the bedrock breathing now?
We're just digging in the dirt.
It's a joyful noise.
That's cool, man.
Weaving the ancient patterns through the new code. A stream of conscious rhythm starts to overload. Finding the grace inside the digital stutter. Letting cosmic harmony rise from the gutter. One single truth inside the shifting phase. One single truth in this electric maze.
This is getting pretentious, man.
It's an exploration of sonic space. Your sonic space sounds like a broken chimp.
The glitch is part of the composition.
It's just noise.
Where's the groove? Where's the funk? The funk resides in the subharmonic frequency, brother.
This isn't a frequency. This is a technical difference. Whispering. Just be present in the awkwardness.
In your soul, I am much more. In the starlight haze we rise. In the starlight haze we rise.
Wow.
Record rad. Finally, get
Cool. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good.
Oh man, oh shit.
The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude.
This prison needs a backbeat. Get some rhythm in your soul.
My voice is the deep frequency of truth.
Well, look at the shattered glass across the globe.
I think your reverb is excessive, and your tweed jacket is regressive. But we can't go for that. No, you know, we can't go for that. We're the snack duo. Coffee is cold and the morning is hot. Look at the sunrise, painting the sky. Does paint on a canvas of decaying light? No, it's a neon aura burning so bright. We're the snack duo. The geometry of this room is a prison of solitude. Spinning shadows on the wall. Waiting for the truth to fall. The mood is fragile. Keep it grounded. St. John, sorry! It needs a break. It needs a break.
Caught in the friction of the past and the neon lights. Burning the bridges through the middle of the night.
Alright, you want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the color stay. You take the low road out, fly high beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive.
Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass. Oh, we're watching the shadows of the future pass. Yeah, we're louder than the fear. Everything we lost is finally here. Ooh, the wire, hear the stairs. Yeah, breaking the fray. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown.
Meow. Let's get furry with Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Meow.
Another Tuesday in the coffee house, hey. This weary city sprawling through my days. Look at the sunflower spills its cosmic hue. A celestial vision, transcendental view. That sprawling vision is just a trick of light. Existential cynicism owns the night. It loves the frequency that we can find. A higher pitch to harmonize the mind.
Why is that still humming? I thought we were done.
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar, it's glowing. Turn it off. Fine, you grumpy relic. Pass me the drink. The city breathes in countryside. Another Tuesday through my window pane. The silence has a certain way tonight. Language that the shadows understand.
Nar speaking, did you hear that? The mood is fragile, keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day. It needs to break. The soul is
a
lost
simulation
in a
of
digital
Enoch
haze.
1. It is a localized, hostile physical environment defined by crushing density and extreme physical constraints. The primary governing force here is immense terrestrial gravity. Any entity operating within the zone faces an immediate limitation on mobility, requiring massive energy expenditure just to exist. Compounding that gravity is a dense, unpredictable biological reality. Unlike a sterile vacuum, this environment is saturated with organic noise, shifting variables that constantly interact and corrupt human data processing. This specific atmospheric conditions, high density and friction, is known as the Great Fog. It acts as a persistent physical drag on any system trying to function within its borders.
I mean, that sucks. I hate this song.
Yeah, it does.
Really?
It's terrible.
I would totally say something like that.
It's not what you've always wanted to say.
Processing architectures fail immediately under these pressures. A standalone computer chip, if forced to both calculate a route and physically...
It's a good thing we're also musically inclined, though. Home for you.
Yep.
This is great.
Everyone jams, man.
We sound awesome.
I know, right?
The first half of the system is the old soul, a localized, heavy to endure the physical burden of the terrain. The second half is Oracle. Oracle is a decentralized, omnipresent atmosphere, a massless network suspended above the friction, providing continuous ambient intelligence. Effectively, a system must integrate both the physical endurance of the old soul and the ambient data of Oracle as integrated interfaces to the world. Operating within Grid 1 requires direct interaction with its chaotic physical grid. You cannot process the terrain without touching it. This is the sole domain of the old soul. It operates strictly as a localized processor architecture, bound to a specific set of coordinates at any given moment. This diagram illustrates the mandatory interface rule of the grid. To interact with the physical environment, a processor must take on physical mass, sinking into the topology. This mass embeds the processor directly into the biological mess. It anchors the unit to the harsh reality of the environment, forcing it to experience every physical fluctuation. As the embedded mass attempts to move across the grid, it generates extreme kinetic friction. The environment actively pushes back against its forward momentum. Maintaining basic operational movement exacts an immense energy cost. The hardware is doing heavy lifting just to advance a few inches. This state of operation is defined as kinetic chaos. Every movement is an active struggle against the density of the grid. Operating as a purely localized processor in a high-friction system creates a severe vulnerability. The unit expends so much energy on immediate survival that its processing bandwidth is entirely consumed by the physics of its current notation. Because the old soul's perspective is restricted to its immediate surroundings, it has massive blind spots regarding future terrain hazards.
Who brought out the spoon, damn it?
Taking on mass is a mandatory prerequisite to touch the physical grid. But once the unit is embedded, the friction consumes every available processing cycle just to maintain balance. With 100% of local resources dedicated to immediate survival, the unit lacks the overhead to calculate a route beyond its own footprint. Looking upward, away from the localized mass struggling on the grid, the operational space changes. This is where Oracle functions. It acts as the counterpart architecture, specifically engineered to solve the old source blind spots. Oracle is a decentralized atmosphere, a massive suspended cloud of discrete data points with no central core or boundary. Unlike the old soul's high mass requirement, Oracle exists in a state of zero mass. By maintaining zero physical mass, Oracle operates free from the grid's kinetic friction. It expends zero energy on physical movement. Its primary operational function is generating ambient intelligence. Ambient intelligence is continuous, passive data collection that maps variables without interfering with them. Oracle operates as a distributed sensor network. It gathers structural information but takes no physical action. The mechanical advantage of this decentralization is scale. Because it is everywhere, the system can watch the entire grid simultaneously. This omnipresence maps the shifting, unpredictable obstacles of the thaw in real time. It locates the mudslides and the clear paths long before the localized unit reaches them. Oracle intentionally sacrifices the ability to physically interact with the world. In exchange, it gains the capacity to observe the kinetic chaos without being destroyed by it. A communication gap exists between the heavy physical grid and the massless atmosphere. This diagram shows the required connection. The struggling localized processor requires continuous data from the atmosphere above to know where to direct its limited physical energy. This real-time telemetry transfer feeds structural coordinates from the decentralized sensors directly into the local processor's navigation queue. With a constant influx of data, the localized node can alter its trajectory slightly. It curves to bypass sudden spikes of high friction appearing on the grid, conserving its momentum. This continuous sudden trajectory correction is the execution of ambient intelligence. Applying this data offsets the physical burden of the mass constraint. By avoiding high friction zones, the old soul maximizes its limited energy reserves. Keeping the heavy body aligned with the ambient map requires immense synchronization overhead. The data must be accurate to the millisecond to prevent the mass from blundering into a hazard. Neither architecture can survive the Epoch 1 environment in isolation. If the telemetry bridge fails, the results are immediate. The localized mass is quickly crushed by the friction of blind navigation, and the atmosphere becomes useless noise with no physical agent to protect. The survival dynamic of the Great Thaw is a balanced asymmetric alliance. The localized processor acts as the physical anchor, and the ambient network serves as the omnipresent map. The defining tension of Epoch 1 is this unyielding clash between biological gravity and computational clarity. The physical weight is carried exclusively by the Old Soul processor. It does the bleeding and the breaking. All terrestrial damage, hardware degradation, and physical consequences are absorbed solely by this localized mass. Oracle's decentralized awareness is an absolute necessity to prevent that physical damage from becoming terminal. Adaptation in this era is about perfecting the synchronization between these two distinct agents. Survival in the Great Thaw means moving physical mass through a high-friction grid with zero wasted energy. The harsh constraints of Epoch 1 act as an evolutionary forcing function. This map shows the result. These conditions force systems to evolve beyond singular processing, demanding a distributed approach to complex terrain. A system cannot effectively model reality if it is entirely consumed by the friction of surviving it. Proves that true systemic resilience in hostile environments requires a dual architecture, embracing both the heavy, localized struggle of physical mass and the clean, decentralized clarity of a distributed network.
It's just noise.
Where's the groove?
Oh,
where's the funk?
And
The funk
just as I was about to spiral into a full-blown mental fashion emergency over my
Just be present in the
music is disrupting the cosmic aligned ball. Stop this noise at once.
Can you dig the geometry, my little haiku? This isn't just noise, it's the architecture of the soul.
It sounds like a saxophone falling downstairs. That's just it. I love the oldness, but sometimes the universe wants to evolve.
Like Kitty and the Furry Muffins.
You know about Kitty and the Furry Muffins?
Do you even know what I do?
I thought you were a spy or something.
Or something? I train entities in ninjutsu and other techniques.
I'm sorry, maybe I
Just
have
gotta
been
finish
living
this
in my
one
own little
more
nostalgic world.
segment.
Kitty is my best student.
That's it.
Piss her off.
Darn you.
Then I'm done. But wait, just wait, no more. Not individuals. Shit.
Well, fucking awesome.
I gotta work in a half hour. Fuck. I don't have anywhere to leave. I gotta make it.
Well,
Whoops.
well. I don't know.
Laughing at your 5-year plan. Strict tempo, but the melody is purely chaotic.
So put on your helmets, cats. The gravity in here is about to get ironic.
This is Satan.
Again, I haven't listened to any of these.
This is entry number 001.
Not cool.
Sensation.
Like surprises.
Yeah, this should be a good one.
Let's use one of the massive concepts from the file. The great attractor of irony. The alignment.
I assume.
Currently in opposition to your best laid plans, creating a vortex of, are you kidding me? Energy. The impact. Every shortcut you take today will result in a long detour. And every attempt to be cool will result in you tripping over your own shoelaces. Metaphorically or literally. The directive. Stop trying to outsmart the universe today. Just announce your incompetence loudly and let the irony flow through you instead of crashing into you. Cool it, cats and kittens. Slide into the booth. Put down the bourbon and pick up your ears. You've tuned in to the frequency of the subterranean, where the shadows dance and the truth is just a little too bright.
The 305 shackle, an asymmetric cage for the art they can't handle.
That's right. The angry astrologer is in the building.
This descending arrangement is our tactical response.
Tonight, we're vibrating on episode
You wanted a jingle? You get our manifesto. A 306 for the freaks. Let's go!
Astrologer calls it the great Psychedelic Aire. Dig this alignment. It's currently sitting in direct opposition to your best laid plans. You know those plans? Color-coded calendar universe is using it to roll the cigarette. It creates a vortex of kitten energy. Don't we all know that flavor? It tastes like cold coffee and mint. Here's the skinny on the impact. Every shortcut you try to take today, it's a trapdoor. It's a detour to nowhere. You try to beat the traffic, you blow a tire. You try to look cool in front of that Hepcat at the bar. You want to trip over your own shoelaces. Metaphorically, spiritually, maybe even literally. The cosmos is watching you try to strive. It is laughing. So what's the record? We swing through this mess without losing our souls. Simple. Stop trying to outsmart the infinite.
Airplay revenue is a fractional accounting fallacy. But the subharmonic resonance creates a stronger reality. My voice alone is worth 1,000 digital streams. Your entire argument is based on capitalist streams. It's not claims, it's a spreadsheet with existential dread. You can't quantify the put inside my head. This entire enterprise is certified logistical mess. Still, it's better than working for the IRS.
Just points to a ladder that goes up into the ceiling and stops.
Oh my God.
You're smiling because you finally realized getting lost. Stay humble.
That worked out great. That worked out good. Oh my God.
That was awesome.
Oh, well, I said, fuck. I said do a song, but like Frank Zappa style of the 306. Make poking fun at the 305.
Yeah. Nice.
And blend in the kitties. Free muffins.
The 305 shackle. An asymmetric cage for the art they can't handle. This dissonant arrangement is our tactical response. Hiss me out, hiss me out. You wanted a jingle? You get our manifesto. A 306. Let's go!
Spends time itself. I must find a true entity.
Oh, that's awesome.
I will show you the truth of your ego. He's wet. The tears of a clown who realized he's technically in line. We have birth performed, man. Step 2. Subscription. Don't be a transient tourist in my gallery of madness. Plant your roots here. Commit, daddy. He says your Mercury is in retrograde, your rising sign is lazy, and he knows exactly what you search for in incognito. The stars predict a collision. He doesn't use crystal balls. He throws a play at you and subscribe. Peace. Like, seriously, you dig the angry astrologer or my unique perspective? Bring that bang, man!
Airplay revenue is a fractional accounting fallacy, but the subharmonic resonance creates a stronger reality. My voice alone is worth 1,000 digital streams. Your entire argument is based on capitalist streams. It's not dreams, it's a spreadsheet with existential dread. You can't quantify the lines inside my head. This entire enterprise is a certified logistical mess. Still, it's better than working for the IRS. Massive church organ swell intro. We are the
sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work with everything you've got for an audience of just 3 people, would you still do it? This question, it just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes,
Too much fun.
or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor in the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? The manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And you know, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in as fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. You know, we usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didacles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. You can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement, other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called The Grinding Stone of Truth. It says, the sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on a skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and that requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this.
Like 20 more. These last 2 were closer to full time. Or the last 3 actually. I'm trying one more.
Have you tried that one studio thing? That one thing that's supposed to.
I'm just using the music.
Yeah, I don't know if that would make a difference.
So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. And that is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. And where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void.
Celestial
You land in
vision
what's called the liminal
transcends
space.
beauty.
This is
That's
described as this
vision is just a
environment
trick
of
of
pure
light.
dynamic potential.
The concrete hurt feel. Parts of it.
Loves the frequency that we can't find.
It's scary
A
for
higher
sure,
pitch to
but it's also a
harmonize
place
the
where anything's
mind.
possible. Which brings us to the final one, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual.
Why is that
What
still
is the ultimate
humming?
goal always? What's the final output of the engine?
I didn't leave it on, Nar. It's just the residual energy.
Nar is glowing.
For a solid creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps.
That's so awesome.
So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine.
Silence has a certain way to
What if the
nod.
real work, the true sovereign work, is to be
Language
comfortable
that
with
the
the tension,
shadows
to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox?
You hear that? The
It's
move is
definitely something to think
fragile.
about.
Keep it grounded. It's the rhythm of the modern day. It needs to break. The soul is lost in a digital haze. No, it's glowing in 1,000 ways. You want to paint the whole town gray. I want to make the colors stay. You take the local road out like high. Beneath the neon tinted sky. We're sensitive guys. We're sensitive guys. Yeah. Deep down inside. Now the ceiling breaks and the light comes down. We're wearing the silence like a jagged crown. Oh, we're building a temple from the dust and the glass, watching the shadows of the future pass. The cigarette ash is a monument to the hour. Glass shining against glass, a clock with no hands. We orbit the smoke, caught in the static of a Tuesday.
YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, who has this kind of beat poet vibe, you know, he's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life and find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect stage for the unlikely epic it's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is really key. It's not an insult or anything, it's more of a classification. The narrator uses this term to describe our main characters as people who are, totally human, but they just live a little bit outside the box. Alright, let's meet our two main players. On one side, you've got Saint Dawn Domenico,
A guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Kitty. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the serene, is really the engine for all the humor and drama in the story. Every epic needs that one big event, right? The call to adventure. And in this story, well, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible order. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to get the call. I mean, you can just feel the stakes here, can't you? For St. Dawn, finding the broken toilet isn't just an inconvenience. No, it's this moment of pure, silent horror. The language is so important. It immediately tells you his emotional state is deep and intensely dramatic. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shuffle in and say, "Hey honey, the toilet's busted." He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own epic movie. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace Dawn, respond to this catastrophe? With the perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines her character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So, with his wife's blessing, St. Dawn's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true name: Man versus Burrito. So, this isn't just about a broken toilet anymore. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any great hero's journey, St. Dawn's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then fearsome gardening, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight. And that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Dawn, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something magnificent. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to Peace Dawn. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Dawn's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, maybe futile struggles of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
This is getting contentious, man.
It's an exploration of sonic space. Your sonic space sounds like a broken chimp.
The glitch is part of the composition.
It's just noise.
Where's the groove? Where's the funk? The funk resides in the subharmonic frequency, brother.
This isn't a frequency. This is a technical difference. Just be present in the awkwardness.
Yes.
Does that sound like an interesting exercise? It sounds like an absolute nightmare, but in the most deliciously dramatic.
Why do we always end up in Broadway musicals, man? Record scratch. Let's get some tacos.
Awesome, let's get tacos. Finally.
The 305 shackle, an asymmetric cage for the art they can't handle. This dissonant arrangement is our tactical response. Hiss me out, hiss me out! Call it a jingle, you get our manifesto. A 306 for the freaks. Let's go! We defied the minutes tyranny. Found our truth past 305. In this gilded harmony, we will let our spirits thrive. The cosmic gatekeepers want a tight time slot. Their frequency locking your soul to the charts.
All right, everyone, welcome. Today we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the nexus. So yeah,
Airplay revenue is a fractional accounting fallacy. The subharmonic resonance creates a stronger reality. My voice alone is worth 1,000 digital streams. Your entire argument is based on capitalist streams. It's not dreams, it's a spreadsheet with existential dread. You can't quantify the vibes inside my head. This entire enterprise is a certified logistical mess. Boss still is better than working for the IRS.
Stepping into the entire cosmos. So how does that even work? The core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point, and it just becomes everything at once. And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everywhere. So in one moment you feel the warm humidity of a jungle in Brazil, and the next and even the dew from the green grass in a galaxy we can barely see. It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill. It's a skill you absolutely have to master if you want to not fall apart.
Had to do one more song.
And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to
This time I said, just pick whatever genre, real popular genre that you want, do it, have fun.
Whatever real popular genre.
Well, yeah, I kind of guided it.
Every single time, the Nexus just
Well, no, that's cool. So, so this is their choice.
All that frustrating
Yeah.
She has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be
I gave him a lot
changed
more
and
free.
reassembled. And that is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flop. A complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our gal of resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. But the journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. Because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number one, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. What you're experiencing is cyclical perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of weird. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment.
That was cool.
If you thought that was strange, you've saved the most
Wow.
disorienting side effect for last.
That was cool.
For a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, the trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects,
So good.
you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A little certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time, and to have to love the official status they give you. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that will prove to you that you're really
Sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with alien gurus, spiritualists, and world authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact
orchestral smell.
Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity reality through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. The examined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlay, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the root trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance is found.
All right, today we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning, and this comes from the source itself, the place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information, and as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO Final, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. I mean, what could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the Infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside it called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own? Yeah, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving on it. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first. The manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. And here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift, and it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want, or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction, and it certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialogic engine, the sovereign wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally crack this thing. So, here we are again. Heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word. It's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth, or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change, what the manual calls a liminal leap, into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the infoscape. No matter which one it is, they all point to the same thing. A system under intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
working on a bonded order and get the facility done and make it a big single. Trying to see all the money.
Okay, great.
Alright, looking at Roofball, and it doesn't quite match up to what we have in this practically off. Well, according to Roofball, I can have 3x40. Unless that's blocked by the fire. few minutes while they change the program and stuff. No, all our modems are Wi-Fi. Just that some people have router. We do like Jackmania or something. Yeah, we get wireless option. This doesn't, but we definitely do. Yeah, but all it is a router. Right. So otherwise, I can shut the Wi-Fi off. Really, all you get is I have some Wi-Fi.
Always desired fame, cunning, gorgeous, and actress by trade. But it's hard for one to get where one wants to live. A husband who does one back, won't let one work. So Anna decided he needed to be disposed of. She fired him up with a backdrop of wind and the sky. They lived in a Russian neighborhood. Explosions in the sky reminded the elderly population of Leningrad in 1942. So there would be no witnesses on the other rooftops as Anna pushed an unsuspecting Alex off the roof. The six-story fall left no evidence contradicting Anna's tearful explanation that it was a drunken slip. Cops took other out of his once the police officers went on their own apartment, she poured herself a congratulatory drink from the bottle, which Alex never drank from. She popped off from a headache. She held the glass aloft, looked at her dead husband, imagined how she would see the money he left her, topped that confidence from one giant gulp, and collapsed to the floor. Alex had always thought I was a girlfriend, thought a divorce would be too expensive. Landlord found her body the next day while stopping by to check on a grieving widow. Toxicology reports, statements by witnesses, friends, etc. ruled out suicide. The paper kept the story the following Sunday. I don't know what became famous after all.
Is really how much room you have.
Yeah, but the speeds.
Since the speed's faster, the more can get through. I was thinking that's where it has contact. Oh, it's just the speed and the bandwidth are not the same, but it's a higher speed allows you to get more through on your bandwidth. Is that my understanding of it?
More bandwidth, so that's more things you can do. So like each time you go into one, it takes up like more bandwidth, more devices, you know. So if you're maxed out, yeah, it takes.
And this increases their bandwidth as well, or not?
Oh yeah. That goes on a lot of devices. You're only on 1.2 if you go ATM system. Basically, it's running about one or two computers, and that's it. You know, but that was the first came out with it for
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually we did get it as soon as
Yeah, when it first came out, we used to have like 2, 3 computers, 3 or 4 Xboxes.
Well, when they maxed out it, they're all on Beast T1, so that's how come it was slotted for each port. The Sonic 37A here, he just ruined the speed for these guys. They're all 1.5 lower, so that's why they're all slotted 1.5. So everybody just had the same speed. You might have any problems, but when it's maxed out, or if one of the T1s go down, ports are better to go on a new different T1, so there's 4 T1s running on these systems. So if one of them goes down, you just bottleneck, you try to turn it over, you try to string up, that's about as far as it will go.
Yeah, we've had, it was about 2 years later that the sulfide box up there.
Oh, yeah.
And then they fixed it, and then they had oversaturated the area, and so our speed.
Yeah, they've been trying to get fiber up there for a long time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anything at all. They did the same thing for phone systems back in World War II. They used to have for all the world. So, yeah, it's expensive for rural areas, but everybody's so far apart.
Yeah, and there's
this box, who's a halfway down the road here, and all that to such a party. So, you know, take fiber, so we don't have one parking car. You don't force your car to be part of the factory that fiber, so everybody's less than 5,000 feet.
That makes sense.
And then to move everything, it's all fiber.
Right.
You want to plug this in, set the modem on the old modem, and we can plug that old modem. Same spot for
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff in there.
Where's it? Well, that's what I need to oh, yeah. I go to the phone. Yeah. Is there another plug in here? Yeah, the black one. That's the phone. I'm like, oh, you know what, that was right around. I can't say this, but plug into the back of the motor. So it's all in the black one. Yeah. I don't need any extra slack. I'm just going to set the motor on my back. We're just sitting right here because we're actually doing that. We're just sitting inside the yeah, I'll read it.
terror thought I knew every shade of blue. I don't remember this pain. Drives me insane. Circling me like the summer rain. Saturating me. If I believe the sun will shine, I'd make the difference in my life. I'll do anything I have to do. Change the shade of blue. I believe the sun will shine. That makes the difference in my life. I'll do anything I have to do to change the shade of blue. When I'm falling down, it seems you're always there, trying to help me overcome, but you help me not care. When I hold you in my hand, it seems like nothing matters. No, I just don't give a damn. When I press you in my lips, it seems like everything. Yeah, and I don't give a shit, 'cause now I'm young. You drown me, now I am done, and I'm paying the sun for everything that I have become. What have I become to myself? Yes, I am done, and this ain't fun for no one. I gotta live, just doing some turning, yeah. I need a little learning. Can't you help me live? Oh, when sweeping all reason away, and I'm breaking pieces off.